Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we're going to play some Valheim. And hopefully not die horribly in the plains more than once. But we'll see. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, we had to head out and get some flax next because we didn't have any of that yet. We did find some barley, which I suppose is nice. Got a little while left on the onions. Okay. Now. Down here we found a spot that might be an interesting place to build. It's a nice little island. Got a small section of plains. Next to some meadows. Next to some black forest. Next to some swamp. So we could kind of build on the plains edge. Have an interesting area. Also, there's a river right here that we could dig a little bay in of sorts. It's a bit close to the swamp, though. If the swamp wasn't there, I'd be considering this a lot harder, because swamp is not difficult, but it'll reduce our amount of area we can sprawl over. But this is an interesting base candidate. We might want to go back there and scout it later. I should have stopped and dropped a portal there, but I didn't really have one on me. Yeah, let's see. We've got some plains down here I probably should have investigated, because this is right close to the Mistlands. And if we build close to the Mistlands, that means when it's time to go to the Mistlands, which will be soon TM, we'll be not far away. So this is a candidate for that. There's more Mistlands over here somewhere, I think. Where were they? Over here. We had some Mistlands. Big chunk of them, it looks like. Probably from here to here to there. So, oh wait, there's more up the coast. Okay, there's Mistlands all the way around here, up to there. There's plains over here, so maybe we should go check these plains out and see what possibilities they have. I don't think these plains are going to be very large though, which is fine. We don't need to build the house next to a large plains. Let's see. We would just, it's a straight sail away from Port Wadenaro. Okay. Yeah, let's go out to Port Wadenaro and get sailing, I guess. Okay. The wind's not particularly favorable to this voyage, but maybe that'll change once we get out to the channel. It is favorable to getting out of the docks, though. can make this turn without slamming into anything. Why do I even talk? Yep. Damn it. Stop pressing the wrong button, damn it. There we go. Get on the... Honestly. And now we're going to drift up against the shore because... this has all gone very well indeed. Alright, let's push the bow out. And then let's set off on our definitely not ill-fated voyage. Yeah, we do have the motor power now, so we can use that if we have to. If we get out to the main channel and just can't find a good wind, then... well... okay, we should miss all those rocks at this angle. Yeah, this will get us out to the main channel without any real trouble. But... okay, the wind's swinging around to a much more favorable direction. Hell yeah. This will be a great wind for our whole voyage. Alright, I did install a mod today. Before starting stream. That changes the radius you explore things at. So the radius on the water is higher than the radius on land. You gain more view distance the higher you go up on something. You know, the higher above sea level you are. And also you lose radius if it's bad weather or if you're in trees. So we should have much more realistic exploration distance going forward. Not that it's going to matter overly much right now, because we pretty much explored this channel completely already. After all, we've sailed up and down it many times already. Turning a little bit. It's the first major turn in the channel. Not that it's all that major. Since we do have the ability to survive in the plains, we could go explore this area a little more and see if there's a channel through here. I don't know if I should or not. So I didn't actually change anything in the config for the mod. I'm going to assume that their land radius exploration distance is the same as the game's base one. I'm not actually sure if it is, though. But anyway, the sea radius was about half again as large as the base radius. I considered making it a little larger yet, but decided it didn't really want to do that. So I guess when we get to an area which is unexplored, maybe like down here, we can see a little bit more how far it is. Got the most favorable possible winds right now. It's a pretty sizable mountain over here. See, this might be another good place to build, in here somewhere. Because it's a significant amount of plains, nice large mountain. It's close to the Rest Stop River over here. Or this river over here would be another good spot. So somewhere on this part of the island might be decent. It's not too far away from Port Wadenaro. But again, being a little ways away from Port Wadenaro is kind of the whole point. I didn't bring a portal with me, did I? Suddenly realized I did not bring one. Okay, well, that's a fixable problem. We just have to stop down here at the trader. We're going close to him anyway. There's that oil or wherever we spotted earlier over here too. I'll need to go investigate that more closely. Yeah. I wonder how many portals worth of stuff I have, because now I'm thinking about it. I probably should carry a bunch of portals that are just, they don't have a destination, and then if I want to go back to some place, I can just easily go back there. But if I'm going to go any place to build a base, I really need to bring along metal. So that'll require a voyage anyway. And we've lost the wind. Yay, go me. Let's see. We can sail this way, so we could sail into here and check this out right now. We could sail to this river. So we can go check that out. Hello, Colo. No server. Not right now. I really need to get south down here and get a portal though, because... Okay, we're gonna pop Mordor. Yeah, we need to get a portal because if I'm going to be doing any kind of combat, I want a portal to get back to where I will inevitably die. I forgot to bring one with me. Okay. We're not too far away now. It's gonna be night soon. We'll probably reach the trader around night. We can go pick up a couple portals and come back. Probably just one portal. Plus a little bit of wood to build a workbench with. That would be the idea, I think. We have 2 minutes of motor left. That should be plenty of time to get to the trader, I hope. Also, once we get there, I'm going to we'll hopefully have enough time we can get back and sleep. Yeah, I need to check that exploration radius mod. It's not doing what I wanted it to do quite. It feels like the radius is smaller, not larger. I don't think it's supposed to change anything for night. I don't remember for sure though. It might be because it's night. But also I want to check the distances again. And we're definitely going to run out of motor power quite just before we get to the bay here. We only have 20 seconds left after all. There's a bear. We're not going to go bother him. Not right now, anyway. And the wind swings around in front of us. Of course it does. But we're almost there, so it doesn't matter. Then, of course, we're going to have to run through the darkness. Alright, let's swing the tail in. And we're aground. Okay, well, I didn't want to do that, but I guess that's the way it ended up. Okay, that is working. More thistles, more better. You can see our portal through the shield. All right. Now, that should be good. Take a quick nap. And we'll use the opportunity that the autosave gives us to go check some settings. Okay. Config editor. Discovery radius. Minimum radius is 35. If I remember correctly, the default radius. Let's find out what the default radius actually is. Okay. Fault radius is 50. Really? Okay, the absolute minimum is 35. Maximum is 1,000. Good luck ever getting that. Land radius is 150. Okay. Sea radius, I'm going to just double the land radius for sea radius. So 300. Forest multiplier is 1. We'll leave that alone. Daylight radius, okay, that would cut our 150 down to like 50, which would be the default. It doesn't feel like this is using the same units though or something. Because our night radius was pretty small. Let's turn that on. Let's set the minimum to 50. The land radius to 200. And sea radius to 400. Okay. Because the default exploration radius is just way too small. It gets to be very annoying after a while. But I don't want it to be too much larger than the default under normal conditions. Okay, discovery radius equals 50. That's the default. You know what? I made a mistake here. There's one other thing I want to turn on. Config. Discovery radius. Let's turn lock config off just in case that's what's screwing with it. And then I want display current variables true. So I can figure out what's going on. Because it's not supposed to be 50. Okay, radius 50, base 200, total multiplier, biome multiplier. Okay. Yeah, that is okay. It should be 100 then. Let's go someplace different and see if that changes. Maybe let's go to the trader. And let's go get out in the ship and see what happens. Because like having a 50 radius, aka the default, here in the woods, perfectly fine. That's about what I want anyway. However, for like short radius when you're in the woods is perfectly exactly what I want. What I want is longer radius when I'm in the plains and on the ocean. Although apparently default settings for that mod makes the radius smaller. Okay, radius 50. Player on ship, false. Player on ship, true. Base 400, radius 50. It's not changing the radius. Biome multiplier 0.6. Okay. We've got our, what are you gonna call it? We've got our portal parts, so let's set sail anyway. I'll keep an eye on that and see if it's actually doing what it's supposed to do or not. Sure doesn't seem to, though. Let's get out of the Black Forest biome. Okay, there it jumped up to 153. Okay, so larger radius is working here. It's just that because we were in the Black Forest biome. That's dumb. There should be a way to tell it to ignore biome when you're on a ship. But I guess that would mean you'd explore a large radius around a river. Oh, radius is back to 50 again. That's weird. Total multiplier, negative 0.07. Yeah, this mod doesn't work. That's obnoxious. Alright, well. Let's see if we can fix that then. Okay, what was the name of that mod? Discovery Radius? Okay. There's no known issues. Alright. Well, let's see if we can find something else that does something similar. This one just seems to do it without being configurable. Let me check something else. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything. Okay, let's try the other mod then. So this is the one we're using, which doesn't work. This one actually is the similar. Okay, let's try this one. All right, let's uninstall it. Now we have to start the game once to generate the config file. Okay. Now, Pathfinder, there we go. Land Explorer radius, 200. Game default is 100. Yep. Sea Explorer, let's do 400. Display current radius, true. Display variables, true. Altitude bonus. Okay. Daylight radius scale. Weather radius scale. This looks like it has exactly the same variables as the other mod we were trying, but they're set to different defaults. Okay. Almost exactly the same. There wasn't a minimum, I didn't think. Hopefully this one works though. Okay, radius 147, base 200. Because we're not on a ship at the moment. Quote, end quote. Okay, it goes up to 293 as soon as we actually get on the boat. That's a little bit larger than what I might necessarily want. Let's sail back the way we came. Get out of the ocean, in other words. Let's see how that affects the radius. I might want to drop it down, back down to 300, which is the default. But I want to get back on land and see how that affects it. The good news is that this mod works. unlike the other one. Yeah, this radius is too large. I think I'll drop it down to the 300 that the mod's default settings were, which would be like out to here somewhere, which would be much more reasonable. Actually, it is already at 300. Because of the weather. Yeah, we're gonna drop it back down to 300, and then the weather and stuff will affect that even smaller most of the time. Or maybe I'll set it to... Maybe 250 will be good enough. Because if this is 300... 100's only out to like here. The wind's not cooperating very well. We're going to stop at this little island here. Okay, we're in the Black Forest. Our radius has gone up to 339. Die. Okay. Oh, daylight, we get increased radius. Okay, that's nice. So the way the calculation works is definitely different from... Okay, now that I have a slightly better idea of how this is going, let's go modify that config a little bit. Okay, land explore radius, we will leave at 200. This will set to 300. Okay. $300. I'm going to set this to 150 actually. Because I don't want the export radius to be gigantic. And this I'm going to set to 250. Clearly, whoever set this mod up liked to be able to see a long ways. Which is fine, but... All right. Now, let's go over here to the plains. Actually, no, I don't want to go to the plains just yet. I want to go back to our base. Let's get rid of this bear. Hey, you. Alright. Now, I want to go back to base and get the arrested buff, is what I want. And get rid of this crap in our inventory. Most of it. I will have to grab the materials to build a blueberry. Don't know what to do. I'll have to grab the materials to build a portal again, but that's fine. I can do that. Okay. Lovely. Let's repair our gear. It isn't really evening, but it's headed that direction, so maybe we'll goof around here and then set sail in the morning. Stack of wood. Okay. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and eat up. Get back to the merchant. Go pick up our boat from where we left it. Hello, bear. Try to smack me again. No, again. Yeah, like that. Okay. I should go back and get rid of all that stuff out of my inventory, but we'll just stick it in the boat if I need space. I don't want to delay anymore. And we're going to be setting up a portal at our destination anyway, so it's not like it's going to matter. The seas are definitely calmer now than they were when we came out here. A little shallow passage through here is much more awash than it was. Okay. It looks like there's a river right here. Let's go sail into it. See what it's like over there. Oh. Looks like we're gonna have miserable weather. Okay. Now, is this an actual river, or is it just a little inlet? If it's a river, then this increases the likelihood that I'll want to build here, because rivers mean good possibilities for boat parking. It's a nice wide river, which is good, because there is a later ship we get nowadays that is much larger than this one. Ooh, it's right up against the Mistlands, too. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Probably or not. Let's go ahead and back out of here. I said, let's go ahead and back out of here. Okay, we're finally starting to reverse. Okay, so if we decided to build here, we'd be building right on the edge of the Mistlands, which is probably not safe because Mistlands monsters are likely to spawn there. Also, there's swamp across the north half of it. Yeah. Okay. I don't think overly much of this area, upon second thought. I'd like to be near the edge of a plains, So that I'm like in the plain edge, but also that there's some other biome. Oh, come on. You can reverse effectively. Maybe you can't. That bastard. Is going to try to kill me, I can tell already. Well, if I shoot my own boat, he won't have to kill me. And the black metal he dropped went straight to the bottom, of course. Why didn't I set it so all items float? Oh yeah, because I decided that was silly. That's why. Okay, so this was a contender, but I don't like it. If this was some other biome other than swamp, it'd be a very strong contender. But I don't want to live right next to the swamp and the plains. If it was like Black Forest, we would be building a camp right here, right now, I think. Also, I really want to be going the other way. Sail down here somewhere before we can sail across. I want to check out what's over here on this side. Looks like more Mistlands, but I want to be close to the Mistlands if I can. Because I think that'd be useful. There is plains just north of the Merchant, but I think that's another small plain biome. Well, a small plain biome is also kind of good because, well, I don't know. A large plain biome gives you more opportunity for larger hunting expeditions and such like. Okay, so we've got some lovely weather going on here. The wind swung around in our favor a little bit, so we can tighten up our turn, get a better angle. I definitely feel like I could dial in some better exploration radius numbers and get closer to what I actually want. But these are good enough. I don't feel like tweaking them more. I kind of wish I had multipliers on a per biome basis. or just straight up hard numbers on a per biome basis. It'd be just as good. And also, I wish it worked on a, instead of just a hard radius, it would work on a cost over land type function. So that you could see farther over the ocean than you could see over the Mistlands, for example. But that would never happen because that's not how the game's programmed to work. Require developer intervention. Like here we're exploring way too much Mistlands to either side because we're in the ocean. But there's no way to fix that. Because the mod only has one lever to tweak, and that is the full radius. If I was writing the code for this, I'd be severely tempted to try to find a way to make it much more dynamic. But that would be, like, ridiculously difficult. So that straight line across there is interesting, for sure. Well, ugh. Some black forest up ahead. It's not what we're looking for, though. This is Mistlands all the way up that side until plains up there. Oh, not that tight. I'm actually looking to enter the Mistlands right now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I might rein in the distances a little bit more. Okay, so I don't want to sail all the way up this coast and check out those other plains. Maybe. Kind of want to check out this area. That big bay. Because that might be an interesting place to build too. Got the row for a little bit. Get around that big cloud. Once we're back in the main channel, we can straighten back up and get back underway properly. Okay. Rabbits. Going to assume the rabbits aren't dangerous. There's some plains next to Mistlands. It's a large enough chunk of plain. Oh, damn it, the wind's going around in front of us again. With a large enough chunk of plains, and maybe if there's a bit of something else besides just Mistlands bordering it, it might be worth considering it as a build location. We got to keep in mind, of course, that we need a sheltered location to park the boats as well. So really there's 4 features I'm looking for. We need a sheltered location to park boats. Number 1 feature. Okay, got some black forest. That's a good sign, actually. So that means like a river, a bay, something like that. Relatively close. Someplace I can pull the boats in. That or a really, really low, flat section of ground that I can dig out. That is not suitable. It's got a strong hill. But if there was like a really low to the ground plain section, we could dig a big hole in it, feather the edges into the normal terrain, and call it a day. We'd have a protected area. That does not match. That's not gonna work. This island looks a little too steep. But anyway. So that's thing number 1. We need a sheltered place or the ability to make a sheltered place to park boats. Another alternative would be if a super steep cliff's coming right out of the water. Because that way you could dig a Valheim equivalent of a submarine pen and build a building across top of it. Which would be kind of cool. But this doesn't match either of those criteria. So that's out right there on criteria number 1. Criteria number 2 is that it has interesting terrain. So it'll be interesting to build there for some reason. What reason? Doesn't really matter. It just has to be more interesting than flat ground. Which a river helps for sure. Interesting intersection of biomes. Interesting terrain elevation changes. Stuff like that. Just interesting place to build. Criteria number 3 is that it has plains. If it doesn't have plains, there's no point. Because we're trying to find plains to build next to so we can grow plains crops. It doesn't have to be a large plains, but it has to have plains. And then criteria number 4 is that it needs other interesting and useful nearby biomes. So Mistlands is definitely very high on the list because we're going to want to explore the Mistlands soon. And having nearby Mistlands raises the potential that the eventual base there will be long-term useful. Black Forest is another useful one, simply because it gives us the possibility of relatively peaceful nearby areas we can go to for resource gathering. Swamp, not really. I don't necessarily want to build a base next to a swamp. Not because of danger or anything, just because I don't want to be next to a dismal, rainy, awful place. So we'll just say, preferably not next to a swamp, and leave it at that. But any place where all 3 of those criteria, or all 4 of those criteria, I guess, exist, is a strong contender for a house. So, for example, over here, small plains, interesting terrain. There is swamp nearby, but it's not right next to it. It's a little closer than I'd like, though. We built over here, wouldn't have that problem. Sheltered place to park boats. We could do something about this river and make something here. So this is a contender. Here ahead of us, these plains, we'll have to check them out. It looks like there's a bay here. That's immediately good. Next to Black Forest. Looks relatively large. There's a relatively low-lying area in there we could dig out to make the bay larger if we had to. Or over there, maybe. It's not too far away from the Mistlands. There's an interior basin of water there. Okay, this is looking like a strong candidate. There's a Surtling Tower. Would be a decent place to farm black metal, maybe. And it's foggy at nighttime, so I can't see shit. Whee! Oh well. Moving closer to the shore. Yeah, welcome to the Mistlands. Except not really. Yeah, Mistlands being just south means that it looks like this Black Forest might be just a little inlet into the surrounding plains. which is fine. I'm okay with that. There's the shore right there. Got a skeleton chasing our boat. Not much I can do about that right now. Just drift along here for a bit and hope that our problems go away. I don't really want having a portal in the plains themselves, but it's done. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a quick nap. And then we'll get out there and explore the area a little bit more, because that might be a prime spot to build. It kind of looks like it. The onions are grown up. Let's replant them real quick. Okay, how many do I have? 24 onions. Oh, come on. Not that hard to snap into place. Okay, maybe it is. Let's repair our tools. Put the cultivator back away. Empty your inventory. And get our asses out to the plains to do some exploring and materials collection. Alright, still a bit foggy. Damn death skeeters. Okay, we've got a little inlet here. This looks like it's a fairly swampy plains, all things considered. And that means we could probably dig boat channels through it without too much effort. And have inland docks. This rock looks like an interesting place to build too. But I really want to check out some of these inland inland ponds. Because some of these are large, I could connect them to the ocean with some of these inlets and stuff. And we would have a cool place to park the boats. Yeah, this looks pretty cool right here. Okay, let's run back. The plains version of a forest. Nice. Well, if I wanted to do a house on top of a rock, this would probably be the place to do it. Actually. We have a large inland bay. Does this lead to the ocean? I need this stupid mist to go away so I can see. It looks like there's an ocean here. Well, where would the entrance to this be? Over there, maybe? Because I don't think this is actually connected to any other ocean. We might have an inland lake here. That's kind of cool. Okay, this is looking like very interesting terrain. Strong possibilities for terrain modification here. We could build a rock house on top of that if I wanted to. I don't know as if I do, but it'd be cool. If that was straight up and down, I would 1,000,000% build a tower around it, but it's not, and it will never be, so. Like, we'll never find one of those rocks that's actually straight up and down. It's just not how they work. That one's fairly straight, though. Okay, we've got a circling village over here. We don't want to bother them too much. But here we got a nice shallow area straight through to the water. We could dig a river, artificial river in here if we needed to. Get the ships in. Alternatively, we could widen these existing channels. There are locks here. I'm not sure if locks respawn or not. In any case, I don't want to offend him right now. We're not here to fight locks. I think we're going to almost certainly build in these plains. Get away from me, you piece of shit. Okay. The one thing that really makes me want to build here is this spot right here. It's got ready-made channels to the ocean that would need to be widened considerably, but still. I could dig out the base of that rock a little bit and then cut this cliff a little steeper and have a place to park a ship down in here. Build from the top of this cliff over to that rock, and then cantilever a whole castle on top of that rock. Build a big wall from the rock over to here somewhere. and then build stuff into the wall. I think this could be very, very cool. This rock here would have to go, though, I think, because it would be too restrictive of the future boat dock. But basically, we would cut it, like right here would be the front corner of the future boat pool. So this would be cut back along there, this could cut across there, and then cut even with the face of that rock, more or less. And then right over here, this rock could go, and we would cut a big pool in here. So we have a pool to back the boats up into to sail in and out of the channel, which will be dug through there. This rock here could stay. This one would have to go. I think. It's gonna be a lot of work. Okay. And then to get rock to build this, because we're going to need a tremendous amount of it, I'll probably find a different section of plains and just chop rock spires. Okay, there's a nice large area of plains out this way. Saw it coming, you couldn't get the sword out in time. Okay. There's another pool of water. Another little, not actually a river coming in here from this other ocean that yeah. And then the plains butt up against this Mistlands over here, which is cool. We wouldn't have to go far to explore the Mistlands. Get your skeeter ass back here. Yeah, like that. There's a ruin of some kind, with some folings around it. Get wrecked. Wrecked. Sharpening stone. Sure, why not? We're gonna need one of those soon anyway. Whoever designed this messed up the stairway a little bit, but I suppose I can forgive that. Okay. Got some interesting building techniques there, but nothing interesting or... not. Okay. It has some interesting building techniques, but nothing that is new to me. Get away from me, you stupid mosquito. I hear him coming and then I don't have enough time to get the sword out. I should just keep the sword out, but it's like 10% slower to do so. More black metal. Okay, that's a fulling base. Okay, it'd be a good idea not to be low on... going to die. Damn it. Oh well, at least we died far enough away from the Follings that we'll be able to come back and get our stuff easily. Okay, but I think we're going to build there. Like, not where I died, but there as in on the plains there. At the location I identified. Okay, let's make a little bit of food. Sausage is good. We'll go back and get our stuff, and then we should be ready to start laying out. I suppose you could call them survey stakes. Markers showing where I want to put things, I guess. Okay. Got a pretty good feel for the shape of the plains around here now. Okay. And then we're going to have to do a lot of digging. Because that's step one, is dig all the foundations. Step 1.5 is once the foundations start taking shape, move the portal over there. Okay. Back to the ship. I would kind of like to go back to that Fulling camp and see if I can grab some flax out of it real quick. If it has any, but that's the question. I don't know if it has any. Oh, here's a tar pit or whatever. Ooh, there's tar slimes here. And they spit at you. Well, that's not very nice of them. Tar, Darkwood Gate, Shingle Roof. Ooh, Shingle Roofs. Okay. Okay. Holy. Holy crap. Those things are brutal. And you can't dodge them either. Okay, that is insane. And apparently unlocked a whole bunch of fulling building pieces. Which I think are from that mod that gives you building pieces from... Alright, well we got far enough away from the tar that we should be able to get back there without instantly dying. Let's go ahead and make... Make a black soup. I need to harvest turnips. Let's see, I have turnip seeds left, don't I? Yes. Okay. Go ahead and say I want to plant turnips. I don't remember exactly how many seeds I need to pre-plant this, but it should be less than 100. Yeah. It's 97, it looks like. Okay. That's good. Now, that means I think we're going to have to replant seed turnips after this. Okay, I don't think we have 97 turnip seeds left. I should check to be sure, though. No, we have 98 left, so we can get one more turnip crop before we have to plant seeds. Okay. Let's go back and get our body from where those tar creatures murdered us brutally. I have to say that combination of them spitting tar at you as a ranged attack and the fact that it slows you down and drains your stamina so you can't get away is probably not very good game design. Because if you run into them, what are you supposed to do? If you know what they can do, then obviously you're going to approach them with extreme caution, shoot at them from range of the bow, and otherwise not actually really engage with them at all. I'm going to assume they're probably extremely weak to fire or something. And I just got tarred again. And I can't shoot back because my stamina's being drained. Get wrecked. Okay. I want to place a marker where that tar is. It's over there somewhere. It's probably closer than what that marker is, but the marker at least lets me know it's there somewhere. So I will know to go deal with it in the future. Correct. Okay. Yeah, we're going to build our house here. When I say house, it's not going to be a house. It's going to be a sizable castle. And then this is going to be dug out to be a big turning pool for the ships. And then we're going to dig a channel into it from there. That is the plan. And when I say ships, I'm going to try to design it to take at least a ship that is twice the size of the current one. Because I'm not sure exactly how large the next tier of ship is, but I do know it is large. Alright, black metal stays behind because it can't be teleported. And off we go. We're going to start. I should have brought metal with me when I went there the first time. I didn't consider that that was a important thing to do. Okay, we're gonna put the tar in here with the other ores and stuff. And then the growth trophy goes in the trophy chest, which is actually starting to fill up. Okay. Put the sharpening stone in there. We'll need it later, but... Okay, we got another 40-50 minutes on the onions, looks like. Okay. Let's go put these cloudberries away, and then we'll grab some wood, and we'll head back. I think a couple of stacks will be a good start. And we're going to move that plains portal . Okay. Got too much weight on to carry that last 10 wood, but that's fine. We'll come back for it. Also, I'm going to make that rock spire an important part of the... it's going to be like the center of a tower or something like that. I haven't decided on the exact details yet. It'll very much be a build it as we go along kind of thing. Okay, where should I put the portal and stuff? I think I'm going to stick it over here for now. Because this rock is probably going to go. That rock's definitely going to go. For now, I'm not going to actually dig this down to water. I'm just going to dig it down to just above the water to get the shape established. And we're going to sail back home and get a stonecutter workbench. Or, you know, materials to build multiple stonecutter workbenches. A couple stacks of iron would be a good idea, I think. Okay, so this is like one side of the boat pen. Run right along there. It'll actually be out a little farther because there'll be some rock and stuff placed in there. So the actual water probably isn't going to be to about here. There'll have to be a walkway in here. There'll be a wall running up the inside to hide this natural wall. That'll link into this pillar somewhere. So we might actually push the natural wall back a hair. And then build a retaining wall in here. Yeah. That's the plan. Because we need to make this look like it's settled firmly into the ground, which it isn't currently. And then somewhere out of this side will come a rock wall back to like here somewhere. That'll go across the back of the boat pen. Cut this down closer to the water edge. We're going to need a lot of stone to build this project. Hopefully we'll get most of it from digging this out. Oh, come on. It's just a bush. Stop missing and hitting other shit. Is this an iron pick? Yeah. Alright. Now. Let's get some boxes up here to hold excess stone. And wood. Sure, why not? Speaking of which, let's go back to the ship. And let's grab that wood I left on the ground beside it. Also, I need to start cutting the channel to get the ship in here. That's probably the first major project, other than just the first round of... Well, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Correct. Yeah, this is going to be removed completely. I think I'm going to dig right along here. That darned locks. I need it to get out of there. Preferably away from here completely. Okay, we let it away. Hopefully it stays away. It looks like they have barley. I'm not sure what flax looks like, but I don't think that's it. Hopefully one of the fulling bases around here has what we need. So we don't want to make the boat dock here too wide, or it'll be too hard to roof over. I mean, it's not going to be easy to roof over as it is. We're definitely going to have to use metal reinforced stuff. Got to do a lot of wood iron beams. Not sure how well... Yeah, we're going to need a lot of tar for the shingle roofs. Where I put in shingle roofs. We're definitely not using thatch roofs on this place. Yeah, so how wide do I want to make this? I guess we'll start cutting across the back here. And then I'll decide when it looks wide enough. Let's make this corner a little more square. Not sure if that's going to be the final corner or not. Oh, come on. Whatever. This is all rough cutting, of course. We will straighten these walls up a lot more when we start actually building. I'm not going to size this... Well, that was the wrong button. I'm not going to size this to fit 2 ships. But I am going to size it to fit a ship larger than our current one. Because if I try to size it to fit 2 ships, it's going to be way too large to cover. Alternatively, that may be okay. I may not actually want to cover it. Because I don't want to have a gigantic roof. If anything, I'd want a flat area that I could build on top of. As in, like, build machinery and stuff on top of. Furnaces, stuff like that. But I don't really want those on top of where I park the ship. I think I'd look dumb. So the alternative would be we would have an open area. We would have like walls here, we'd have overhanging building area hanging off the bottom of this, or not the bottom, but hanging off the leaning side of this rock. Have like apartments. Pillars running from the edge of the dock up to help support it. We have a walkway underneath the overhang. And then ships in an open area. And then the outer wall. Because this is going to be walled in. We're not having anything outside the walls of the ground. An outer wall that's thick enough to have stuff built on top of it. Okay. That means we can dig this deeper. And maybe we could fit 2 ships in. Okay, pickaxe broke. It's going to be evening anyway. An item prevents me from teleporting. Oh yeah, I picked up some black metal. We probably want to sail back home and grab a bunch of iron soon. Iron and other metals, because we're going to need metals to build forges. Basically, we want to load as much metal on the ship as we can and get it out of here. Soon. Not right now, though. But soon. Okay, the onion's about 10-15 minutes left. Turnip's a little while longer than that. Okay. How far do I want to dig this? We could dig it to like there's the corner. If you wanted to fit just the one ship in, but we need to go farther than that. I think I'm going to dig however far it takes to get this rock dug out. And then we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind partway in or something, but... like, also building on top of that rock might not be the dumbest idea ever. We can dig underneath it. And then have a cave underneath the rock as well as stuff built on top of it. Things to keep in mind as we dig. Depends on how it ends up looking. Currently, I'm very much kind of just running on feelings. How I think it's coming out, whether it looks cool. If we do build a cave underneath this rock, it'll have to be cut into the rock some. Because we can't go any deeper than this without running into water. Ugh. Kind of want a nice wide parking area like Port Winanaro has. Yeah, that rock's gotta go. Because we don't have quite enough space in here for sails and stuff to sit without... Like, we could if we drove straight in and straight out every time. But I don't want that. Yeah, we're going to have to cut the bottom off this rock for sure. Because I'm not digging this whole thing that much deeper. So the method used by the rocks in this game to detect support is called an axis-aligned bounding box. That sounds pretty close, but I don't see him. An axis-aligned bounding box. Oh, there he is. Axis-aligned bounding box is good because it's very fast. To calculate. But it's bad because it's not terribly accurate. So what axis-aligned bounding boxes are often used for in this kind of context is to determine if it's possible that an item collides with another item. So you would check collision against the axis-aligned bounding box, and it'd be like, of the two items you want to check the collision of, to check to see if it's possible that the two items collide. And if they do, then you could do, oops, not that one, this one. Then you can do more accurate checks after that. However, they don't do more accurate checks. Which is a choice. It's not really a big deal. There we go. Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of digging here. So much digging. Technically, even better than an axis-aligned bounding box would be a Oh, if you just had a round sphere that you checked, that would not, it would have the opposite problem in the X-Line bounding box. Namely, that it'd be more likely to have not enough space covered. But it's also even faster than the bounding box is, because you can, well, depending on your engine, but in most 3D engines it would be faster, because all you have to do is check. Okay, no point in sleeping then, because you can't. All you have to do is check to see if the point you want to see is if it's inside the collider, if it's a given distance away from the point that is the center point of your collider, which is a relatively fast calculation. An axis aligned bounding box is fast because it's more like doing, it's very similar to doing a 2D collision check. You just check if your coordinate is less than the one side of the box, but not greater than the other side of the box, or whatever. And then repeat that a couple more times for the other sides of the box, or the other axes that make up the box, I should say. Very fast, very simple, relatively speaking. And if you're clever, you can process a whole bunch of collision checks in parallel on the GPU or something. Because technically, you don't have to, like generally, if you're doing code for a GPU, you'd want to make sure it doesn't have branches as much as possible. Because if your code is a branch, then it's like, basically, if a condition, then do this, else condition, do that. Most GPUs don't like having to branch. You want your code to be to follow the same path as much as possible. Even to a certain degree, that's a good idea on a CPU. Because if you don't have branches, then it's very easy to predict what path your code will take. And so you can do optimizations that assume your code will always take a certain path through itself. Calculate things out of order, stuff like that. Or do parts of a calculation in parallel, for that matter. Which, oh look, GPU's insanely good at doing things in parallel. Okay, we're getting something that's starting to look more along the lines of what I want the boat dock to look like. But anyway, the way I understand it, there's really two big problems with doing lots of stuff on a GPU. One is getting the data in and out of the GPU in a timely manner. Because the GPU likes things to be in nice certain texture, or not textures, certain formats. Very rigid ones. And you don't want to waste a whole lot of time converting things to and from the format the GPU will like. Because depending on how long it takes to convert to and from the format you need to send to the GPU, it could end up, you could end up wasting all of your performance gains just getting things in and out. Which obviously nobody wants to do. And the other big problem is, of course, getting things figuring out how to parallelize your problem. Remove branches, remove any kinds of dependencies on any kind of external data, things like that. Okay. Looks like the onions are done. Let's go ahead and grab a cultivator so we can replant those. That gives us 75 onion seeds. Hell yeah. Okay. Good enough for who it's for. There we go. Alright, 75 onions coming up. Then we'll replant those all as seeds again, and we'll finally be able to start growing onions to actually make things out of them. Lovely. Let's harvest the honey. We're gonna need it all to make meads later. How much honey do I have? A good amount. Okay. Okay, let's get back to work. We need to stay fooded up while we're working out on the plains because bad things might come and try to eat us at any moment. Okay. Basically, I'm going to cut this rock out, and we'll see how much of an area we've dug out then, and we'll decide what to do with it at that point. We can always fill some of it back in if we really want to. Okay. I probably should go with the elder power, because we can use that to mine a lot faster. I might do that soon. I was trying to decide if I wanted to sail back and get metal first. I don't think I do, because we don't really need metal here until we've dug out most, if not all, of the future water channels. At that point, we can sail the ship into this area. Yeah. Let's go repair our pick again. So we don't necessarily want to be able to sail the ship all the way into here when we go get metal. But we do want to be able to sail it into the bay that we're going to dig out there. Not the bay, but the pond or whatever. Yeah. This rock is quite large. Looks like we've dug out this side of it though. Gotta cut this back just a hair bit more. Beautiful. I should probably run around up top and see how this is turning out. As in, how large of a hole are we ending up with? See if it's meeting up with my vision for the area. It's definitely going a little farther into the cliff than I had originally intended. It's gonna probably end up somewhere back here. No, that'll be fine. I'll build a tower. I'll build a tower in here that ties into the walls. Probably. And I might come through and use the hoe to revert some of these terrain changes to bring it in a little bit too. Since that is something that we can do. Thank you, mods. I really wish I could build a line to the world axis here, but the angle that I want to build to is not aligned with the world axis. Unfortunate. And our pickaxe broke again. Completely unexpected. Repair that. Would be nice if we had a forge on site for fast repairs, but the portals are so close that it's not a big deal. Okay, let's check our crops real quick. Turnips, harvestable. I don't really care about the turnips right now. Onions are doing, got another 50 minutes or so. I probably should get another turnip harvest in, but we'll leave it for later. Okay. This is going to give us a lot of stone that we need for building this thing. Which is part of why I'm digging it out. Because base is going to require a tremendous amount of stone. able to cut off that other rock up there a little bit. Well, cut away the edge of this rock that's closest to the rock up there, I guess I should say. There's a few pieces that are interfering. Oh, maybe not. I think we will. Oh, no, we won't. Okay, surprisingly, I thought those supported each other. I guess they don't. Okay, well. That takes care of that, I guess. Alright, let's get all the rock hauled up out of here. And then I'll decide how much I need to how much more I'll need to dig or restore. Hello, Sealith. You've never seen a vein pop before? Due to the way rocks work in this game, once a rock is no longer supported, you just have to hit it, break one piece of it, and the whole thing breaks. So what you do is you dig out underneath it until it's completely unsupported, and then you pop it. And yes, the answer to how much stone I need is definitely yes. Because I need all of the stone. We are going to build an absolutely ginormous stone edifice here. Alright, so this area right here is going to be dug out even deeper to be the boat docks. The question is, how much bigger do I need to make it? Do I need to make it any bigger at all? Does this rock need to go as well? Maybe. I think these two rocks need to go. That rock always was going to go. But I think this rock here needs to go as well. You could never get a stone building taller than 4 stories without mods. Just keep watching. Oh, 4 floors. Yeah. Well, because we're going to be building a tower to the top of that. There's some techniques you can use also to make stone stronger that I may or may not end up having to use. We'll see. But we're going to be building stone up the walls of this, which will help get it pretty tall. And then we're going to be using some other techniques to strengthen the stone if we have to. Such as inlaying it with other materials. For example, you can use iron reinforced wood to build taller than you normally could. And I believe that you can use these cage pieces to build taller as well. by embedding them inside the stone. Or to build farther away from a supported area. Obviously that requires a lot of iron. But I've never actually used the cage pieces myself, but I've heard that they can be used for reinforcement. But yeah, that rock there's got to be dug out too. It's got to go. Because like right here is going to be the back corner of the shipbuilding area. This, or not shipbuilding area, but the ship's parking area. This will probably be the other corner. It'll run out more or less like that, so that rock's got to go. And then we'll have, some of this might get filled in. We'll see. Okay. The red bounding boxes, that's a mod that shows how the rock is supported. That one just turned green, means it's no longer supported. If they're yellow, that means they're only supported by other pieces of the rock, and therefore the rock is ready to pop. So we just dig until they all turn green, and then all turn yellow, and then we're done. We smack the rock and it falls apart. And our pickaxe broke again. Once we dig this area out, then we have a big area out there I want to dig out to make a turning pool for the ships. And then we need to dig the passage to the ocean, which should be easy. There's a already bit of a river running out there, but it's not very wide or deep, so we have to improve that a little. Okay. So it looks like we get 2 picks of use in between naps. We'll check the onions real quick. About another 15-20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and replant the turnips. Okay. It should take 97 turnip seeds to replant this. We have 98. Okay. Wait, did I miscount? I must have. Maybe it was only 87. Regardless, we had enough seeds, that's all that matters. We're going to be doing a lot of building and ground reshaping. Let's go ahead and put our tools where they belong in the hotbar. Okay, that should be enough turnips to last for a little while at least. You can eat all the turnip stew you could ever want. We're going to be doing a lot of digging for a little while here. And then once we're done digging, at least roughing everything in, then I'm going to sail back to base and get a bunch of metal. so I can build the stone cutter and that kind of stuff that we need. Continue building. I intend to emplace permanent stone cutter and forges and all that kind of stuff inside the fabric of the buildings. So that I can repair the building everywhere, anytime. Oh, I was going to grab the Elder Power. Yeah, let's go do that now. It'll only take a minute with the portals. I think that's the spawn portal right here. Yep. Grab the Elder Power for the increased pickaxe. And we'll repair our pickaxe because we're back at base, we might as well. And then we'll get back out to our future swamp, or not swamp base, plains base. Yeah, we're going to build a quite nice castle in here, I think. This rock is going to have to be mined out the slow way, I think. Because it sticks into the ground too much and the water level is too tall here. So there's no way we're going to get the bottom little bits of it. But an attempt will be made. I don't want to dig into the water yet, because I don't want to have to wade around in it. this area out here is going to be dug out to make the boat turning pool. And then I have to decide. That way is a relatively straight shot to the ocean. Short, too. This way is a little bit more twisty and not as wide, but is also a fairly straight shot to the ocean. I could do 2 straight shots to the ocean, leaving this as an island between them, if I wanted to put that much work in. Or I could just pick one and do that one. This is going to get cut back to probably about here. That's going to get cut back to probably about where that bird is sitting. And then this is going to get cut back to probably about here to make a nice big pool on here. And then I'm going to try to slope these down into the water to look at least somewhat natural. At least that is the plan. Once we get the boat turning area all dug out, once we have the what do you call it? The channel to the ocean dug out, then we're going to sail back to get metal. Oh, there's a perch just laying on the ground there. Sure, don't mind if I do. Okay. Oh, we are filling up these chests. And fast, too. That's good. The more stone we have, the more we'll be able to build before we have to go actually harvest stone. Although all that stone's going to be hauled through, and yeah. We've got a lot of stone stockpiled. It probably won't be enough, but we have a lot of stone stockpiled. Some of the onions are ready to harvest. Some of them have like 5-6 minutes left. That one's got 10. Okay. If we sleep for the night, we'll be able to harvest onions in the morning. Okay. Get to the fish. Alright, let's go repair our tools. Then we'll sleep for the night. We'll harvest onions in the morning. Oh, I have the cultivator on me, that's why. Where's the cultivator? I picked it up because we're going to be using it for building. Okay. I want to plant seed onions for the last time in a while. We'll harvest that one. And then we can replant from now on. Unfortunately, we can't do the whole area replant because, well, we don't have the onions for that. Oh, got missed somehow. Probably because I replanted before I actually picked the onion up. We've got a few bonus harvests out of this, so we don't have to be as careful anymore. Okay. That should get us enough seeds to replant this whole area next time. Okay. Off we go. Unfortunately, we have 10 minutes until we can use the Elder Power again. Speaking of the Elder Power, I saw something that I'm not sure how I would even describe it. It was an RPG source book for an RPG, like a tabletop, not tabletop necessarily, but like D&D kind of type thing. I guess tabletop is the word you'd use for that. Where everybody is playing, quote, elders, end quote, in an assisted living home. I did not get a very good look at the rules, although I did see that there was some kind of gossip mechanic, and I'm not even sure what all else it entailed. Although the place where I found it, the person who was talking about it had something to say along the lines of they figured that whoever wrote it probably had trauma from getting cut out of a will. I guess there's probably, at this point, an RPG for everything. Apparently the system used playing cards to resolve actions, which I've never heard of a system that did that. I wasn't about to drop 20 bucks on a book just for a meme, though. I mean, 20 bucks isn't a lot of money, but still. Oh, what was it called again? Actually, let me look. I think it was on Ian Runkle's Twitter. Let's just scroll down a little ways. Green Oaks. His description is, okay, this turns out to be hilariously offensive. I think this game exists because someone got cut out of a will. Yeah. The front of the source book is styled, actually the interior too, from what I saw of it, is styled like a brochure for one of those terrible retirement communities. Every stock photo of old people having fun you can imagine. Your standard blue and white color scheme. You know the kind of thing I'm talking about. And a pickaxe broke. Okay. Let's go get it repaired. Fixed up. Back to the plains. Let's drop our rocks off first. A bunch of this got to be dug out deeper, but for now I just don't want to deal with wading around in water. As far as digging things out is going, we're making decent progress. That's got to be dug out for the other rock. every bit of stone we can get out of here. A little bit less we'll have to haul in via ship. Or portal. More likely portal. Although plains access, if you cut off those big rock spires at the base, it's a lot of stone in them things. Go. Piece of rock right here we need to get rid of. Landscaping this pool is going to be a bit of a pain in the butt, because I don't really want to leave it steep sides all around it. So that means I'm going to have to cut a lot of cliffs back to make them less steep, and then spend a good bit of time just cutting the top edge off over and over again until it's sloped enough. A lot of time fiddling around with the hoe, trying to get everything smooth, and it's going to be a mess. And the pick is broke again. Okay, got a good bit of stone so far. Three chests almost completely full. That'll build like a 1/10 of the tower, probably. Alright, we got about another hour on the onions, looks like. Alright, take a quick nap and head back out. We should be able to use the Elder Power soon. Yeah, we can use it now. So we'll pop that as soon as we get out there. And we just have to clean up around that last rock. And we can start digging the turning pool in earnest. Yeah, we're going to cut pretty much straight across there. Those locks are going to be a problem. If I have to, I will murder them, but I'd like to keep them alive. It would be somewhat convenient to have tame locks nearby. I don't think you actually have to be that close to them to tame them. So it might be worth just dropping some cloudberries a little ways away and luring them over here a little bit. Let's see if we can find this. Okay, there we go. Get those rock pieces out of there so I don't have to worry about them when I come back to dig this out. for boat access. Where's the damn rock? There it is. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I didn't pop the elder power. Yeah, well. We'll pop it after the first repair round, if I remember. Okay. This little hill gets cut out completely. Because this can be more or less the middle of the turning pool. Okay. I think this is the last bit supporting everything above ground. Yep. There's probably still bits of the rock underground, but we can't do a whole lot about that until we start digging this out to ship depth. Okay. Let's make a few trips back and forth and get all these rocks stored. We got one more rock to remove. And then we have a bunch of other stuff to cut. Yeah, that rock's gotta go. This rock is staying because we can use it to support our tower. At least that's the plan. I'm gonna go get some cloudberries. And I'm going to see if we can tame locks without a pen or anything for them. I think the locks eat cloudberries. Leave me alone. Go over to those berries. Should be far enough away. They'll leave me alone now. Okay, the Lox is, according to the game, calmed down. Why in the hell is he coming toward me if he's... game says it doesn't know where I'm at? Damn game lies to me. Okay, both Lox are headed this way now. Screw you very much. Both of you. Look, there's delicious cloudberries right there. Leave me alone. Okay. It looks like our onions are almost done. Got about 30-40 minutes left. Okay, not quite as done as I thought they were then. Pick's getting a little bit thin on the ground. Let's go ahead and repair it. What time is it? About noon, okay. Okay, at least one of the Lox ate. The other didn't. Oh wait. Did they both now? It looks like both of them did now. Okay, cool. Alright, we have two Loxes busy taming over there. Listen here, you giant fuzzball. Stay away from me. Until they're tame, let's just hang over here by this rock. We don't need to offend the Lox. Oh, I should have popped the other power. Screw it. It's not too late to do it now. We've only just started this pickaxe. Okay, I want to hit this a couple of times. There we go. And I can get a marker as to how far I have to dig this out. Without the mod that shows you the bounding boxes, you'd have to guess. Which is often a little frustrating. Also, without the mod that lets me dig deeper than normal, I wouldn't be able to dig this out at all. Which honestly would make our construction projects much more boring. I think this is going to be one of those games that I will never want to play vanilla. There's too much required quality of life. But I guess I played modded Valheim way back when it very first came out, so... when modding Valheim was still a very fresh and new thing. People were still figuring out how to do it. I don't think there were any mod managers or anything for it yet then. You said drop the files in the right place and not sure if that second lox is close enough to be considered taming or not. You can still see the little yellow hearts rising above this close one. Go ahead and cut the bottom off this. Help keep the excavation amount sane. After all, I don't want to dig this way deeper than I would otherwise have to, because I'll have to fill it in and bleh. I don't know if the area where I'm standing right now is going to have water in it eventually or not. It all depends. And the pickaxe broke. We have a minute of the elder power left. We're going to lose most of that going back to get repaired and coming back here. Once I get a black metal pickaxe, which hopefully is a thing that exists. But anyway, once I get a next pickaxe upgrade, we might upgrade it a few times so it has more durability. But then by that point, hopefully we're done doing a whole lot of huge pickaxe works. I don't know if I plan to build a giant base in the Mistlands or anything. Probably not. I did choose the location of this one because it was close to the Mistlands. And I strongly doubt I'll want to play much less build in the Ashlands. Because what I've seen of the Ashlands, it looks like a not fun location. From what I can tell, it looks like they turned the enemies to 11 and just went, have fun. Well, I don't enjoy the combat in this game, so I probably will refrain. Whether or not I actually bother to try to kill the Ashlands boss or not, I don't know. I honestly don't even know if I'm going to kill the Mistlands boss. But the Mistlands looks like a cool biome, so we'll have to explore it first before I decide. Oh. Okay, we're getting this cut out pretty well. rock has almost been freed. Alright. Looks like this thing's ready to pop. Beautiful. Okay, the rocks of the area have been removed. We are now rock free. Except this rock, but this rock I think is going to stay because it's just outside the area that I wanted to build in, so. Alright, now we need to finish digging out the turning pool. Okay, that is full. Let's run down and grab some more rocks. It's gonna take another couple loads to get rid of all of those. Okay. I kind of want to wait till night and check on those locks. I'm not sure if locks are less likely to notice you at night or not. But it seems like a reasonable thing, maybe. I do want to sneak a little closer and check on them. See what it says about them. Just says locks. I'm not sure if they're actually taming or not. I do see little yellow hearts rising over them. Well, let's go sleep. The onions, about 20-30 minutes left. Alright, they should be done by the next time we want to sleep, or in the morning maybe even. They probably won't be done in the morning. Yeah, no. Okay. Throw those a little bit closer to the locks. I don't see yellow hearts rising over them again. Alright, anyway. One of them headed over to the food, which means the other should head over there soon. Buddy, if you're coming over here to me, I'm going to be very annoyed with you. No, he's not. Okay, good. I was hoping I could get them tame so that I could cut this area out without offending them. But if I have to turn them into lockside, well, there's other locks I can tame and bring over here if I must. And if I really need to drag them over to a corner somewhere and put a barricade around them, I will. Let's see. Stake walls. I doubt the locks will appreciate stake walls very much. But I'm going to go ahead and try to put a little enclosure somewhere. Thought I heard skeeter noises. I don't want to be too far away from where I'm working, though. Okay, how exactly do I want to cut this for the boat to get in? Probably cut that off, trim along the bank there, and then cut this bank back some. So where I'm standing here gets cut. Let's continue doing work that won't offend the Loxes. So cut this back some. Probably about to here. Now, I don't really want to have a steep slope here. I'm going to try to cut it more gently. Or, you know, I don't want it to look like an absolute cliff. Cut the edges off that a little bit. Looks like the locks are still happy. If I can just tame a couple of loxes while I'm doing other things, that'll be awesome. It'll save me so much time later. Even if they're not starred or anything. Because I'll be able to breed all the loxes I need and won't have to go fight them everywhere. I don't think I need to be super close to them or anything. I just need to be close enough that they're active. So that far one might be a little too far away now. I might want to cut this back a little farther. Because right now it's looking like the water lines can be through here somewhere. That might not be far enough back for the intended purpose. But this is more or less kind of what I want the hill to look like. I might chop that down a little bit more. This has got to come down some more. Okay. Even if only the nearby locks is tamed, it'll make it a lot easier to tame the farther away one, I think. Assuming they don't start fighting each other or something equally dumb. Should run around and see if I can find some more cloudberries. And there's a couple of locks we could tame too. Okay, I've got more cloudberries. Let's go see if we can ensure the loxes are all lured together. move these cloudberries a little bit closer. I didn't actually see where they went. Oh, there they... Here they are? Yeah, right there are her feet. Okay. I might be a little too close to the building area. Oh well. There's plenty of work we can do that's farther away from the Loxus for a while. Let's go repair our pick, take a nap, and then come back. The onions are... Oh, some of these are complaining they don't have enough room. A lot of these are complaining they don't have enough room. Uh-oh. That's weird. Okay, well, we fixed that problem. When we wake up in the morning, the onions should be done. Then we can replant the field as normal onions. And be good to go. All right. Onions. I don't like them. That's not quite true. Onions are okay under certain circumstances. What I don't like is giant pieces of onion. Barely cooked. Okay. That'll work. Now we got 33 seeds. That's not going to be enough to replant that whole patch in the future, but I don't think. But we will be at least able to save some onions for actual use, I think, when replanting that. There's a few I thinks in there, but oh well. Back to work. I don't think the locks are fed. The cloudberries must be too far away from them. Let's go pick them up and drop them down the hill a little ways. Yep, they're headed for the food now. Okay, good. Good deal. So this lobe here gets cut back quite a ways. So we have a nice straight shot into the parking area. So the edge of the water is probably going to be right along there. So right about here should be where the water line is. Which means this gets cut back a little bit more. So that the downslope of the hill here will naturally descend into the water. Right about there. Because I want as much of this to look like it's natural as possible. You gotta be careful when working over here because we don't want to offend the loxes. No, bad locks. Bad boy. I need you not to come after me. Well, we need to lure him back over to where the food is and where the other lox is now. Unfortunately, this is wasting time. Hey, bud. I don't know if these guys are actually taming or not. I assume they are. We fed them. Oh, damn it. Let's wait for the other locks to get over here. I want them both to be in the same basic area. Leave me alone, you overgrown furball. Okay, that locks is now in a very problematic location for me, and that one is also kind of in a problematic location. Let's see where this one's going to go. If it's just going to stay over there on the top of that mountain the whole time, we're going to have issues. Damn it, this stupid lox here is coming for me now. There's food over there. Stay over there. Alright, how does lox taming actually work in this game? I should look it up. Preferably before I die to skeeters. That one's in a very bad position for me. And that one's not much better. Alright. Valheim locks. Aggressive creatures found in the plains. Locks can be tamed. Taming. Here we go. Okay. They really don't have any actual hard information about taming locks on the locks page anyway. Just mentions cloudberries and... Okay. Creature must not be fleeing, must not be alerted, or it cannot have a target. aka if it's chasing me. It must be hungry. It must be within 10 meters of food. Okay. They can only eat food when calm and aware of the player. Oh no, event creatures can only eat food. Nobody cares about events. Okay. So we just need to wait. How long do we have to wait? Thought it said somewhere. Taming progresses every 3 seconds if the following conditions are true. They're not hungry, which they're not. They're not alerted, no red exclamation mark. The area is active. Any players within around 64 meters. They're definitely active. Yellow hearts indicate successful taming progress. Okay. That's what I thought, but this confirms. Requires 30 minutes. And that's the other thing I wanted to know. Okay. Both locks are back over where the food is now. And both of them are still emitting yellow hearts. Or at least that one is. So we are progressing to having tame locks. Oh, that one's tame already. Hell yeah. Okay, we have a tame locks. So we just need to get this one tamed now. And then we'll have a pair of tame locks, and I can work around this area without having to get rid of them. This one must be pretty close to taming. He's probably got a few minutes left because was chasing me around earlier, so... And if we drop cloudberries for them, we should get more locks. And then we can butcher locks and get locks drops. Hell yeah. Anyway. Hello, Treebeard. Welcome here. As you can see, we may have made a small hole in the ground. And we're in the middle of the process of acquiring some locks. Hell yeah, we have 2 locks. Yay! Now, where'd I put those berries? Did they eat them all? No, they're right here. Eat your damn cloudberries. Come on. Here. Put a few over there. Now let's put a few over there. He's tame and happy. Tame and happy. Okay. That means we can finally work in this area without offending the logs, which was the whole objective all along. Although obviously the side benefit of getting some tame locks was part of it. Alright. I think this establishes the edge of where the water line's going to go quite nicely. Let's cut this out a bit. There's like 3 locks over just over the ridge there. I might end up trying to tame them too. Not sure there's any way to move these things once I tame them though. So if I end up building locks pens somewhere, it might be hard to put them in it. I think it's probably just going to be easier to have free roaming locks. Feed them occasionally and hope it works out. Okay. Get rid of a bunch of these bushes. I think we're going to try to leave that bank as alone as possible. This bank is the one we're going to cut out to widen the stream or whatever. Okay. Now, how wide do I need to make this passage? Probably pretty wide, because we're going to want to be sailing the large ship through here. And that's not narrow from what I know of it. Let's start right here. And we're about to break this pickaxe. I'll worry about landscaping the edge later. And it's broke. Okay. back to base. Repair that pickaxe. Sleep for the night. And then we'll head out and continue getting ready to dig the boat channel. We're actually getting quite close to the point where we need to start digging out the actual boat channel and not just preparing the ground to dig the boat channel. Because we have a lot of the area cut back to where we need it. If you're hungry, waddle your big fat lox ass over to where those cloudberries are in the ground and go eat a few. They're right behind you. We might be a little too far away from them. Okay, look. I'm moving you in the hopes that you'll move closer to the other locks. Here. You should be able to eat that. Get your ass over there. Alright, anyway. Back to what we were doing. This is going to get cut back. So let's continue over here instead of out there. Because I was working on this before I got distracted by locks. The idea here is we need the turning circle for the boat. I don't know how large I'm going to end up building it. This is going to be outside of the actual base, so it doesn't have to be walled in or anything. So large is fine. Actually, can you actually tame... I mean, you can tame locks, obviously. Can you breed locks? Okay. Breeding is checked every 30 seconds. 33% chance to succeed. They need to not be hungry. They need to not be alerted. Total number of creatures less than limit. Suitable partner exists. Area is active. Okay. So it might be a while before we end up with baby loxes running around. the absolute fastest you could get a lox is 4 minutes. And the limit is 4 locks within 20 meters. And then I checked 8 meters away. So I need to keep my locks fairly close together if I want more of them. Which means I'm probably going to need to build a locks pen. Just to keep the bastards from wandering around too much. Yeah. As long as I don't wander too much, we'll be fine. Okay. Break this edge down so we don't have a wall going straight into the water. Keep cutting this whole hill back. I don't want there to be a big cliff running down into the water anywhere along here. I want it to look like something the game could have generated. Okay. I kind of wish there was a smooth function on the hoe, not just a flatten function. But anyway, this is going to get all dug out deep enough for the boat to sail in later. And then now I guess we go down and work on this. Little point here. And then this will kind of be the mouth of the channel. So we're going to cut probably right through there. Digging this all out to deep enough that the boat can get through. Is going to be very slow, very tedious. And just generally a colossal pain in the ass. Landscaping the edges to look nice. Easy task. Slowly wading through chest deep water to chop off every little tiny area that's slightly higher than the rest. Monstrous pain in the butt. But it's got to be done, so. And a pickaxe broke already. Yeah. Pin those locks up somewhere if you actually want baby locks. They don't spend enough time close to each other. Oh well, I'll worry about that later. Looks like the onions have a while to go yet. That's fine. I do not believe it's late enough that we need to sleep yet. No, it's past noon a little bit, but still got plenty of day left. Okay. I might chop this back and put in like a retaining wall or something, depending on how I'm feeling. Or put a retaining wall in some sections and feather the rest in, depending on what I think looks nice. Doesn't have to look perfectly natural the whole way. And then I'm kind of tempted to try to dig a canal through, because there is a ocean on the other side. Yeah, the ground gets pretty tall between here and there, though. Oh, come on. There we go. Just kind of laying out how the edge of the water is going to run here. Something like that. Hopefully that'll be a large enough basin. If not, we can always make it larger, which is why I'm probably going to dig it out before I actually start landscaping it, because we need to know if it's going to be large enough. This is definitely going to be the largest earth-moving project I've ever done in Valheim. By a mile. Okay. I think this is going to look really cool when I'm done with it. However, who knows how long that's going to take. I would not be at all surprised if we spend all of tomorrow's stream building on this project and still don't finish it. Because even once all the water work steps are done. There's still a tremendous amount of stonework required just for the porch, much less the actual base that's going to go here. I have way more patience for this shit than you do. See, this is the game, Sealov. The running around, killing stuff to get resources, the exploring. Sure, that's the exploring part's fun, I guess. The running around and killing shit isn't. But the digging a giant hole in the ground and then building something cool out of it, that is the whole game, as far as I'm concerned. Wait, that's full already? Okay. Yep, more evidence of a masochist. Nope. It is objectively fun, and therefore no masochism involved. Alright, let's make some turnip stew, because I'm going to need a bunch of that. Go. One stack of turnip stew. I should have harvested the honey before I came back over here. So I can just dump it. Oh, there's a piece laying on the ground I missed. I only have 199. Actually, I have two across two accounts. I guess that technically counts. And honestly, neither of them is a hard skill to 99. I don't have anything like rune crafting or anything like that. That's actually takes time. Not helping my case. Like one of them is fire making. That only takes like a couple days at most. That one doesn't even count as a 99. The main does have 99 mining, which does take a lot longer than that. But also that's very low intensity. Yeah. Most people don't get 99 mining. Not because 99 mining is hard, but because they find it boring. Yeah, well, that may not be helping in my case, I guess. Okay. Let's pick up all this stone we left laying around here and haul it back over for storage. I do almost have 99 thieving on the UAM, which that's also not a very hard 99 to get. Sir, what do you think you are doing down here? I need to figure out if I can move tamed animals around. Okay. I suspect the method for moving tamed animals around involves the abyssal harpoon. Okay. So once this is all dug out to sea level, then we'll come back through and dig it out as deep as we can into the water. And then we'll pull the ship around and bring it in here and park it. And then I need to decide how wide we're going to dig the actual parking area, the actual docks, and dig those out. Although probably before we actually start digging the docks out seriously, I'm going to sail back to base so we can get some iron, some copper, other refined metals that we need for building more workbenches here for start actual construction. So I can start laying out stone foundations of the dock, if nothing else. That'll help inform exactly how large it has to be, exactly what shape it has to be, things like that. Because you can only rotate certain angles, so like, what if the angle I decide I wanted to place the edge at doesn't quite match the angle that you can build the stone walls at? Well, we'll have to adjust. So before we actually start getting serious about digging any of that out, I need to decide what the allowable angles are. But I'd like to get the boat out of the ocean before we worry about that. And I'd like to be able to figure out, the other reason we're going to pull the boat in here is not only to bring it closer to everything that's going on and get it out of the ocean itself so it's not being tossed around by waves and such like, but also so I can tell if this pool is going to be large enough. Because if it's obviously too small, or even if it's a little bit borderline, then it needs to be dug larger, because we are going to have a larger ship eventually. So it needs to be nice and roomy. It needs to feel like we have plenty of room to turn around. Because later when we get the larger ship, assuming we do actually go through the effort of getting the larger ship, we will want this space to work with it. And the pickaxe broke. Okay. I'm sure everybody can begin to see the vision of this place now. At least for the water part of it. How are the onions coming along? About 20 minutes. Okay, once we sleep for the night, they'll probably be ready. And we'll have to replant them all as seed onions. Oh. I thought it was later than it is. No, okay, it's only about noon. It always looks like it's later in the day than it is here. Okay. It's the sun's low angle that does it. Oh. This area is almost unrecognizable from what it once was. Okay. I believe it is time to start deepening this out now. Okay. So to do that, we'll start back here by the ocean. And just start digging. Everything in the shipping channel's got to be cut down to the point where you can barely walk. We can bring the boats through here. Hopefully soon. Unfortunately, we're going to lose all the cattails and stuff, but well, it can't be helped. I will try to come back through here with a cultivator and see what I can replace afterwards. At least that will be the idea. That we have to come through here with the hoe and try to flatten the bottom as much as possible. Hopefully get rid of any high spots that way. here is definitely too shallow. Any other spikes sticking up like that? Don't really see any. Coming through here with the hoe and flattening it will help a good bit. Making sure nothing like that remains. Okay. I really hope the new larger ship isn't much deeper draft. Because if it is, we might have issues. It might not be possible to get it into a place like this at all. I can't imagine that they'd make a boat with a draft too deep to get into an area that you could dig out by hand, though. No. Pick broke. Okay, a little bit of progress has been made. Could you two giant furry assholes stop wandering over there? Where did all the food I had for them go? There it is. Here. No, don't go over there. You're wandering right to the fulling base. Get back over toward the food more. I need you to increase the lock's population, not wander off like this. Is there a mod that adds explosives? I don't know. There are mods that make it so that you can mine while underwater. But if I don't need them, I won't get them. And so far we don't need them. Okay, how are we doing on onions? They should be harvested by morning. Let's go ahead and sleep. Now, let's take the moment to remove any onions we don't want planted anywhere somewhere. Looks about right. Okay, replant as seed onions. You know what? think the spacing on the seed onions is a little bit greater than the normal onions. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's just harvest the whole thing and we'll replant it from scratch. Oh, come on. Just plant the damn things the way I want you to. There we go. Okay. These ones are a little far out, but I can remove those later. That gets us 26 onions to eat. Alright, we can finally start making onion-based foods if we want. What is the onion soup again? Like, what did that do? That's a good bit of stamina and actually not that bad of health. And it only requires onions to make. And what was the other thing we could make with these? Wolf skewers, which was a lot of food, a lot of health. With an onion, some mushrooms, and some wolf meat. So wolf skewers are going to be our next big major health food. They're not as good as serpent stew, but the ingredients are a lot more common. Put it that way. Much easier to just go farm them out. Alright. Now, back to the plains, back to the plains. Onions are revolting. Onion flavor can be very good. Giant chunks of not particularly well cooked onion that somebody threw into something because they were too lazy to snibble up smaller. Let's not talk about mom's cooking anymore. Disgusting. And everybody in my family thinks this disgusting lumps of slimy gunk are amazing and the best thing ever. But anyway. So I both disagree and agree with you, Seawolf. Now, if you have small pieces of onion in something for flavor, that's a whole different thing. But also, when you get to that point, you could have used garlic instead. Green onions can be okay too, I guess, sometimes. Although I'm not overly excited about them usually. Depends on what they're in. I'm certainly not just going to eat them by themselves. That's the other thing. Raw onion, there's never a circumstance where you'd ever want to eat raw onion. Unless it's a green onion. And then it better be in something that... Yeah. Oops. There we go. So there's not that many foods where that statement is true. Celery definitely falls under that. There's no circumstance where you'd ever want to eat crunchy string that tastes green. That stuff's disgusting no matter what you do to it. Bananas are another one. There's no circumstance where a right-thinking person would ever want to eat a banana. You would definitely have to be insane. But onions don't fall into that category quite. Dig this channel wider. Yeah, no, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it's coming along quite nicely. I have to do something about this bank over here, of course, but that's not important right now. There's a surprising number of things that people eat that I think the only reason they eat them is because they don't actively kill you. And somebody's forefathers were starving somewhere and were willing to eat anything. And then they somehow conned their descendants. Are you laying down or are you somehow stuck into the ground? Oh, baby locks. Let's see if he can lay a trail of food that'll maybe lure them over this way. I don't think it'll work, but it's worth a try. Also, there should be a large pile of food out here somewhere. There we go. I don't know if he's stuck or not, but anyway. Let's go repair our pickaxe. Okay. Back to the plains. Continue digging that out. I really don't like how close they are to that full-linked village, but well, they didn't ask me first, unfortunately. Here, get unstuck from these stupid trees, would you? There. Now go this way. Well, whatever. So is there any way to move animals that are tamed? Abyssal harpoon. Build fenced walkway and push them. Surely there's a mod that lets you have animals follow you. Okay, apparently there's a mod that lets you teleport animals. Here's a mod that lets you have tamed animals follow you. Which is, I think, exactly what I'm looking for. Are you tired of your faithful mount unfaithfully running off into the wilderness and getting lost? Have you hit your last nerve pushing uncooperative boars around? This mod can bring your stress level down. Tames Follow gives all tames the ability to follow or stay, which may be the solution to your problems. Interact with them exactly like a wolf. This mod will remove the pet command. Oh no. I like to think they show their love instead by dutifully following you where you ask and not running away. Yeah, maybe we'll install that later, we'll see. In any case, back to work. I wish I could see under the water a little better so I could tell where the shallow mark points are. Like this is probably too shallow over here. But it's hard to tell. Too shallow. It's not more or less to your shoulders, so it's probably too shallow. You can kind of see a glimpse of water or ground through the water there, which means it's also probably too shallow. Crazy amount of work? Not really. Besides, this is the whole point. This is what we're here for. It's to build this base. This is why we're playing Valheim. If I couldn't play this, if I couldn't build this base, I wouldn't play Valheim. I'd go play something else. Stop playing Valheim and started playing Mining Simulator? No. The mining is only the prelude to the actual base building. We're getting to the actual fun part here in a little bit. This is just the beginning. Okay. Got a good while to go on the onions. We're actually getting surprisingly close to done with the mining. We've dug the channel out up to here, more or less. We're going to have to landscape that edge, of course. We just got to dig out this area here yet. Then we can bring the boat in, make sure it's all going to work. And then we can decide how much of this we need to dig out. Then we have to sail back to base. It's only 9 o'clock. We might get this done yet tonight, as far as the digging out goes. So your opinion on food isn't very reliable, Survey. After all, you think, whatever, you think bananas are okay. You're just jealous of my culinary ability. This part of the process is definitely the most error prone and probably the most tedious, but it's not necessarily the longest. Then we're going to have to come through with the hoe and smooth it a little bit. That'll take a little while. If only they'll let you have a better view of it across it. But the microwave stopped working, your car was dead, you'd starve to death? No. Because Walmart does deliver here. So I can order groceries delivered. And I do have a rice cooker that I could use in an emergency. Replacing the microwave would definitely be a high priority though. Okay. Mosquito problem solved. What if I had no appliances, just fire? I could cook things. I've cooked things on a stove before. It's not that hard. When I used to live at home, I used to make grilled cheese sandwiches all the time. As well as other things. That's just a random, for example. Wrong button. There we go. And I've cooked various varieties of dead animal before. It's just not worth the effort, usually. I ought to get myself a hot plate at some point. You can get induction burners pretty cheaply. Because I would kind of like to make good old traditional Milo meals, like tuna mac and cheese, where you dump a can of tuna into a box of mac and cheese and bake it on the stove. That's usually more work to clean up, but it can sometimes, it's not that bad usually. That's the upper limits of effort required for output gained. See, I just have sensible opinions. I just have sensible opinions on how much work should go into food. Eat like an 8-year-old left home alone? See, 8-year-olds haven't gained bad habits as to wasting tons of time making food yet. They're focused on getting the maximum taste out of the minimum amount of time spent. Like sensible people. Instead of spending forever in a day cooking, you take like 5 minutes and make something worth eating and shove it in your mouth and go do something useful. The longer you spend eating and the longer you spend cooking, the less time you have to spend doing actually fun things. Cooking is fun. It's the only class of science you get to eat the results and not die. But okay, well, why would science be fun? It sounds like a whole lot of waiting around for an experiment to finish. When you could, like, go do something else. Like play video games. Timers, yeah, but also you can just arrange to never make anything that takes long enough to require a timer. And then you don't have to sit there and wait for the timer to go off while paying attention to your surroundings. Instead, you can just put your headphones on and disappear. No need to keep a thought in the back of your mind that, oh, I need to keep listening for the timer. Nope. You just don't. Okay, but you know how long it takes to boil those noodles? It is a single-digit number of minutes. Because in case you were under the impression that I may have, like, gotten noodles and added cheese, no. We're talking about a can of noodles dumped into a box with the flavor packet. And that is the extent of effort required. If you're feeling really fancy, you can add like half of a small can of peas or something. Although that doesn't really usually do much for the flavor. It's mostly to get people to stop whining at you for just eating the noodles by themselves. It's got vegetables in it. See? Shut up. Not even the good craft brand? Yep. Because the good craft brand costs more and it doesn't even actually taste that much better. If any better, honestly. The only ingredient you have to be careful with, as far as what type you buy, is if you decide to put like some kind of vegetable in it. Never, ever, 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 ever buy cheap store brand mixed vegetables. That is the nastiest shit you can imagine. You can buy cheap store brand peas. There are maybe a couple brands of mixed vegetables you can buy. But store brand mixed vegetables are just right out. They're crime against humanity level materials. I don't know how they make them both taste bad and taste like nothing at the same time, but whoever cans those things has figured it out. So there you're taking actual extra steps to reduce the quality of the food, which that is very much against my philosophy. Okay, the seed onions should be ready probably by midday, roughly. Alright, well, we're almost done digging out the turning pool. acceptable substitutes. Instead of using canned tuna, canned chicken also works. If someone else cooked chicken, you can take like 5 minutes to snibble it up. Actually, it isn't 5 minutes. More like a couple, maybe a minute or two, while the noodles are getting to boiling temperature. Instead of wandering off for a minute. A bit of rice can be dumped in, maybe. Although generally you have to cook the rice for a little bit first, and that takes more effort, and so it's usually not worth it. Because the rice will take a little longer than the noodles will. If you got leftover rice, that might work, but usually I don't keep leftovers like that around. I just eat them all. Make the amount I'm going to eat and eat it. So that would depend on someone else having made rice. Which doesn't really happen anymore now that I'm not living at home anymore. I don't really see any major spikes sticking up over here. Oh, there's a rock on the bottom there. There we go. How much more of this do I want to dig out? Probably that at least. Trying to decide how far back into there I need to dig. What makes this process annoying is how often your stupid pickaxe gets unequipped. If it didn't do that constantly, and this part wouldn't be so bad. But But we're almost done, so. Just gotta get this last little bit here, and then we can run around flattening everything with the hoe. Looks like there's a spike over here. Yep. This is definitely too tall. Oh. Stop unequipping your damn pickaxe. Oh, pickaxe broke. Okay. Back we go. Turn the entire world in one giant ocean? Nah, that's too much work. Plus it'd be boring. I didn't check on the onions on the way in. They look almost done. About noon. Looks like you got about 10 to 20 minutes on the onions still. Okay. So by this evening it'll be time to replant them. I think. Alright, this last little bit here is all it's got to go. We're so very nearly done. With the pool. At least the first stage of the pool. A little tiny bit more right here. No, not that tool, this tool. We're cutting back to that edge right along there, I think. For now. And of course, this edge here is going to be the shoreline. Okay. We want the whole thing to be like neck high to our character. If we can. Let's pop a stamina. Okay. Now it's a little too shallow. Okay. So this gets us a much smoother bottom, which hopefully means that there's less slightly too shallow sections that we can catch a boat on. And we have broke the hoe. I think this whole area out here is flat enough. Now we just have to work on that area. Then we can pull the boat in, make sure it's actually going to work properly. And then we grab the cultivator and start grassing the shit out of everything. Are all of these full? Sure enough, okay. The onions, some of them are ready, some of them are not. Can't see the sun, so I'm not sure how late it is. Let's see if we can get out of the rain by just sleeping. All right. pick those because I don't want them. Replant as normal onions. This will mean that they're less densely planted than they could be otherwise. However, that's fine since I want to be able to just replant in place easily and consistently, which we wouldn't be able to do if we had them planted to the density that we could plant standard onions. Okay, we have 162 seeds. I think we'll be able to replant that a few times before we have to worry about it. Just maybe. The turnips. I think I have enough turnips for now, so let's just not worry about them. Alright. Not sure how the locks are doing, but I'm just going to assume they're fine. Okay. The lighting makes it really hard to see. Come on. There we go. Keep moving forward. We found a spot he could stand on. See if we can make it as deep as we possibly can. We're close enough to the ocean now that got a little bit of wave action. Come on, put me down on the ground again. All right. I think we're just about ready. Stop picking me up, damn you. Put me down. Okay, we also want to replant the grass on the bottom of this whole thing, because since it's underwater, I think we will get sand instead, and it will look a lot less unnatural. make more stamina meads. Oh, come on. There you go. Yeah, that'll do. It does narrow the area up a little bit, but I think we'll be okay with it. If not, I can come back and cut it out. And it broke. Okay. Well, we got most of the channel regrassed, I guess would be the word. Where are other locks? Please tell me they didn't wander and off and get killed. I'd be annoyed if that had happened. There's the lock's calf. Okay. Where did the other adult locks go? I don't see it. And I don't see its dead body. It didn't wander into the Surtling base and die, did it? fulling base, I mean. I see a couple up on that tower. Yeah, this is all barley. I don't see my tame locks around here, though. Where did that little bastard go? Or, I guess I should say giant bastard. Not exactly small. It didn't wander over here to join this Lox herd, did it? No, those are definitely all... Well, maybe it did wander into the Foalings. Oh, there it is. What the hell is it doing way down there? Do I need anything special to ride a Lox? Because if I could ride this stupid thing, I'd be able to get it back over there with the rest of the group. Let's look up what we need to ride a Lox. Valheim ride Lox. First create a Lox saddle. Okay. I don't see anything about ways to remove the saddle once you put it on, though. Okay. So that's not really a reasonable way to get the Lox back where it belongs. Can you please get your ass back over to the rest of the group, okay? I don't want to have to shove you the whole way. I guess we can attempt to lure it at least a little closer. Okay. Now, if I push you a little bit closer to those berries, will you suddenly recognize that they're there and walk over there? Because if I can beat you to them, maybe I can get you to move in the right direction slowly but surely. You are quite clearly the least intelligent creature on these plains. And that's really saying something. I don't know why I bothered to decide I wanted some tame Lox anyway. Too slow. He ate him anyway. Damn it. No, don't walk that way. Okay, yeah, do walk that way. Oh, he's going that way because he wants to murder. That's fine. Go do murder. No, don't go do that way to do murder. I'm gonna have to make an abyssal harpoon and use to drag the bastard around, aren't I? If I want to move the locks. The full lane. Alright. Let's stop screwing around with locks. Let's go back to the base. I'll have to make a abyssal harpoon and drag it back to base, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Sleep for the evening, then we'll go back out there. We'll finish the bottom of the pool, and then we will pull the boat in. And then it's time to pull the boat back out and sail back to base to pick up metal. We're just going to pull the boat in to test it, basically. See if there's any obvious immediate deficiencies. This light's a little hard to see which parts of the bottom have been regrassed and which parts have not. Go ahead and regrass this hill too. It's not the world's smoothest hill or anything, but it doesn't have to be. The occasional bit of rock sticking out of it is perfectly fine. Actually looks kind of cool that way. Okay. Stop leading my locks astray, you scumbag. Alright. Well, now that locks us way the hell away from anything useful. Oh well. Interesting. That broke a whole bunch of pieces of rock. Not sure why they popped like that, but... Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and grass this part of the hill, too. Okay. Lovely. The bottom is fixed up. Let's grab the boat and get it in there. Thought I heard a skeeter, but I don't see one. There's a piece of Locke's meat laying here. Did my Locke's calf end up dying down here somehow? If so, I'm going to be very annoyed. I think that must be what happened, because I don't see it up on the hill. Okay. Well, if I actually want to do any serious Locke's breeding, I'm going to have to definitely build a Locke's pen somewhere. That much is obvious. But ultimately, the main reason I tamed those two in this area was to keep them from interfering with me working in this area. Which, it was a success. It was a lot less work than dealing with them any other way. Oh yeah, so I was going to mark this right here. Oh, what should we call this place? I'll probably call it Port something or other for now, but not actually call it Port something or other. I am a little tempted to call it Point something or other, but I'm not going to. I shall resist the temptation. Great Point Skeeter. Or Port Skeeter. For now. Port whatchamacallit? Nah. Okay, we do need to hang closer to the inside of the channel so I don't run aground. Oh, fine. Okay, so let's assume that we're coming into dock. We would come in more or less like this and sail right into there. Okay, with the boat parked here, I can tell you already, we're going to want it to go at least this wide. So we did not dig out much more than what we had to dig out here. That is for sure. Okay. So yeah, the other wall is probably going to be somewhere right along here. Come on. So this might end up getting dug back a little bit. Maybe not. We'll see. The back wall is going to probably run over to here at least. Maybe to here. Yeah. We got a lot of digging left to do. But before we can do any of that digging, we need to go get... maybe go get metal. Okay. And I should also grab motor power just in case I need it. Okay. Let's go grab motor's power. Then back to the plains to sail over here. I'm not really sure if this is large enough. Okay, let's say we're just backing out of the port there. We're gonna run aground right up here, and then getting this thing turned around so we can actually face down the Like that's going to all be water where we're swinging the tail through right now. So that'll help. Yeah, I think the turning pool is going to be large enough for this ship. Other ship, probably not. Also, we're running aground there because I had to swing extra wide to make up for a few things. I'll probably have to enlarge it if I get the larger ship. Okay, the fastest way to get back to Port Wadenaro is probably going to be a sail up around there and in. Unless we can get through here, which is a possibility. Let's follow the coastline and see what we can see. So there is some ocean biome out here. I'm not sure if there's an open channel to sail to it though. There might be right through there. I'm really quite curious. We might not be able to sail there with this ship though. We might only be able to get there with the car. Yeah, this right here is definitely too narrow. Well, this wind's right behind us. We might be able to just force ourselves over top of this shallow bit. Which isn't ideal, but... Okay, there's another oil pool. It does look like we could easily make this sailable. Okay. That little island has a foaling tower on it. I don't see any particularly scary rocks here. Alright. Let's get a good view of this ocean in here. Whoa. Must have been a rock there. Okay, a bit of swamp here. Actually, before we sail that way, I want to sail over this way a little more. See if there's any way out down here. It looks like this might lead into the Mistlands. And then I don't think there's a way to sail out of the Mistlands. There. Well, I would like to get this boat back to Port Widdenaro soon. But I also really want to sail down here and find out what's at the end of it. I mean, it's obvious. There's mistlands down here, but I want to find out what the shape of the area is. There's a bunch of locks on an island. Okay, you can see the mistlands there ahead of us. Okay. Okay. There might be a bit of water between the mistlands and swamp here, but I'm not going to sail in there right now. No, the wind's swinging around. I think the wind will be okay for sailing back. I want to check over here and make sure there's no passage through there. I'm pretty sure there isn't, but just to like double check that I didn't somehow miss it on previous voyages. There's a skeeter right there looking at us. Get wrecked. The boat could use some repairs. I didn't bring any wood with me. Oh well, it's not in dire danger or anything at this point. Okay, this is very interesting terrain here. You effectively have a lake, but it's large enough of a lake that the interior is ocean biome. Not very much ocean biome. But some. Yeah, let's sail this way a little bit more. So we could probably cut a canal through here if we had to. I would really rather not, because that would be a lot of work. Like a lot of work. If we did it through the swamp, it would be a lot less work, but it'd be more dangerous work. Yeah, there's definitely no passage through there. I didn't think there would be, but right across there is a relatively narrow spot. It's close to the edge of the swamp, so it's probably not that steep of ground. So it'd be relatively easy to cut a channel. But also, it's just not worth it. it would save a lot of time on voyaging to and from Port Riddenaro, but I think we can probably get through up here. Unless, I think there's an inlet right here, and then there's a passage through there. So we could sail through here and then up the channel to Riddenaro. Failing that, we can sail up and around the island, which might almost be shorter even, depending on the wind. This time I'm going to try to sail the other way around this little island in the channel here. Smack the rock. The last time we went that way around the island, I think. This time we're going to see if we can go this way. Also, I'm going to pull the sails in a bit so I can see ahead of us better. This way might be even worse if that is possible. Okay, let's stop and cut a little bit of wood so we can repair the ship. Okay. We should be able to grind over this if we put our sails down all the way. Maybe not. No, don't hit the ship, damn it. Okay, get out in that nice little channel I just dug you. Alright. And we ran aground again because I can't see where I'm going. Because there's too much mist. The weather is very cool, but also sometimes I wish there was less of it. Mainly use microwave as well. Yeah, the microwave is the greatest invention since the pre-packaged tortilla. Alright, we have left the mist. I surrounded the plains. And now we just have to sail north for a ways. I'd like the wind to swing around behind us a little bit more, so we can cut through this channel if one exists. But anyway. Keep an eye out this way to see if there's a passage we can take to get over to here. It should show up over here if there is one. I kind of seem to remember there might be something like that because last time I sailed past here, I thought I noticed a bay or something. Over there, maybe there's a gap. I guess we'll see when we get closer. Need another new game to play? All these idle games are starting to suck because it takes so long to get anywhere. I mean, that's a problem I've never really had. Running out of games to play. There's always a mountain of such things waiting to do. Okay, it doesn't actually look like there's a passage through there. It looks like there might be something that could be made into a passage through there. Like some shallow water, but there's not actually a passage through. So we will be sailing up and around the island then. Of course, it's all foggy again, so we won't be able to see shit. Actually, with this much fog, under these conditions, our view distance mod doesn't let us see any farther than vanilla. Oh, wait, it's starting to fill out again. Okay, we want to be that side of that rock you can see ahead of us. So, like that. The wind is swinging around to a bad angle. It's not bad yet, but we're going to have to turn more into it as we come around the island. So, not good. I can safely say I do not appreciate it. Oh well. Someone turned your 3 a.m. gaming into 4 a.m.? Oh, go well. Yeah, we're going to have to turn directly into the wind here, so I'm going to want to pop motor ability, I think. I think that we're going to pop motor in a minute. That's why we went back and grabbed the power, but... oh well. Wind still hasn't changed. I was kind of hoping it would. You can kind of see the gap between the two islands way over there. That's where we need to go. Almost directly into the wind. Alright. Hopefully this will last long enough to get us most of the way to Port Waidenaro. Because we pretty much have to just keep sailing this direction until we get there. With some moderate course changes to dodge islands along the way. Oh. I have a feeling that I'm going to become fairly acquainted with this route. Sailing back and forth between our two ports here. Every time I need, well, we're going to make this trip for multiple stacks of iron, at least one stack of copper. I don't think I need any silver or anything yet. Mostly just lots of iron. Yeah. I might make... I'll probably make at least one trip with the carve, maybe 2 trips with the carve to haul iron out. Because the more iron we have... because we're going to use a lot of iron, I'm sure, to build. Because we're going to need it to reinforce the stone. For at least some parts of this. Okay. About like that should be good. Oh, we need some copper so we can build forges. And we'll need iron for stone cutters and reinforcement. I think a forge is like 6 copper. So a stack or 2 of that will be plenty. I'll probably take 2 just because I have tons and tons of copper. So it definitely won't hurt to have some at the new site. And then as much iron as we can carry should be good, yeah. Okay, we gotta turn there. You can kind of see the gap between those two. The one right there and the one right there. And then right in line with the mast is an island or whatever. Yeah, island. On the other side of the channel we're headed toward. We only have 20 seconds left in motor power, so hopefully the wind is still favorable. If not, we're going to have to row. I kind of wish you would display both the current wind and the actual wind, if that makes sense, when you're using motor power. It is directly in front of us. Well, that's splendoriferous. It won't be too bad once we get into the channel, because then we can still sail to Port Wade and Arrow. But we're going to have to row to get to the channel. Oh well. And the wind swung around to an even worse angle. How lovely. I really appreciate that. Now we might not be able to sail up the channel. Yeah, we might not be able to sail up the channel because that's going to be really... Well, let's row all the way over to the far side of the channel before we turn. Because we're likely going to sail back across the channel as we go up it. Which is not ideal. No! The wind's swinging around in front of us even more. Now we're definitely not going to be able to sail all the way up the channel. Well, we can sail across at the shallowest angle we can manage, and then we'll have to turn and start rowing. I was hoping to be to Port Wade and Arrow by now. And if the wind had been favorable, we might have been able to. At this rate, we're just gonna have to row. Pretty much directly into the wind, because that's the direction of Port Wedanaro. It is right over there somewhere, I think. I wish I had the motor power, but when we used it, was even worse. So saving it wouldn't have made any sense. Unfortunately. Oh, wind swinging around us. Hell yeah. Drop sails, let's go. With this wind, we'll be able to sail the whole way there. Be there very quickly. The entrance to the river is right there where the mast is, I think. Ooh. Yep. We're almost to the river. The carve is still back at the base, so we'll just take the portal back. And it's evening, so we'll sleep and then take the carve out in the morning. Okay. Get the sails in a little bit. Can lose some speed. Okay. Back to port. Back to home from the port. Although hopefully this place won't be home for too much longer. Instead it can be the old base. What is stuck up there in the roof? Oh, come on. Give him some stamina. There's a big stack of thistles up there. There we go. They must have been from building the herb spice rack at some point. Surprised they stuck around that long without being deleted by the game. Okay. So how much is a stack? 360 for a stack of copper. 360 for a stack of iron. So we could take one stack with us if we lose a little bit of weight. Which which we might be able to do if we leave a few non-essential tools behind. And then 4 stacks in the carve. Okay, I guess. I might make 2 trips with the carve. However, we will make those trips tomorrow. Because it is 10:37. And I don't think that I'm going to be doing any grand voyages yet tonight. Tomorrow, we're going to load a bunch of metal up on the ship. We'll probably make 2 trips out to Port Widenaro with the carve, so we can load everything up. And then we'll sail back to Port Skeeter, which is not probably, it's probably not its permanent name, but anyway. We'll sail back to Port Skeeter and we will start building the actual port part of it. And maybe do some landscaping around the entry channel. And we'll see where we get from there. Obviously, at some point, the port will transition into an actual castle built around it, with walls and such like. But that will be a nice lengthy project, I think. Will take considerable time to build. Monday will be Crab Champions, as is normal. Tuesday and Wednesday we'll probably do Sweet Transit. And then Thursday we'll play more XCOM, Enemy Within. And Friday will be EDF. And I can't imagine that next weekend wouldn't be Valheim as well. But we'll see when we get there. Or, well, we'll see after tomorrow. Maybe through some miracle of industriousness, I will manage to finish everything tomorrow. The chances of that are 0, by the way. It does not look like anyone is doing anything on the old follow list, so I don't think we're going to raid anybody tonight. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for some good old construction. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.